kind of came up in.
Okay, we'll wait for the students to start. Mercy will tell you when to start the lecture.
All right, thank you very much.
Uma, you can stop recording for now. When Vincent takes over, you can start recording.
For having me here.
Hello, Vincent. We can't hear you. Are you still there?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can we hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. How about the students? Can they hear me?
I believe so. As long as I can hear you, I believe they can hear you as well.
Okay. I would want maybe a little introduction. I can see their names, but for interactive purposes, let me get to hear their voices as well. I think
Okay.
we'll be having a very interactive class today. Salman, Aminu, Ubucheke, and who else again is on the meeting? Michael, Abel, and can I get to meet you guys? I need to affirm you can hear me before I proceed. Good morning. Okay.
The name is Daniel Obuchekwe.
All right. It's Vincent Michael. Pleased to meet you. The next person.
Good morning, sir. Salman Nadra Orubola.
All right. Good morning, Salman, Umobola, Vincent, and I'm pleased to meet you. Who is Sunday and Kuzaifa Aminu?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to meet you.
I'm Jose Famino from Kano State, Nigeria.
From Kano. Okay. Okay. Who is Abel? Good morning.
Yes, my name is Sandy Otegu from Lagos.
Good morning, sir. My name is Abel Adugo from Lagos.
Abel Adago, right? From Lagos.
Yes, from Lagos.
Okay. Nice to meet you. All right, I think we can proceed from here. Let me share my screen before. I think this is, I don't know, the fourth or the fifth um section we're having. Just give me a minute. Let me. Okay. Please confirm if you can see my screen. Confirm if you can see my screen. Just indicate or say yes, I can see your screen. Can we all see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you, Mercy. All right. So today we're looking at understanding computer security and safety proceedings or procedures within a computer environment. I think this is a very critical topic in today's world because one of the trending things we're having in our current time is cyber security. We have the hackings, security attacks, and the like. So we'll be going into a basic teaching on understanding computer security and safety within the computer environment. Okay, the first slide talks about computer security, giving a definition. Now, I'm not going to read word for word in some instances or on some slides. I will just go through it and explain. When we talk about computer security, it's a term that can be interchanged with cyber security or IT security, and the purpose is to protect the computer systems from attack, one, and unauthorized access. Now, these two um, factors are the key ones. Damage and theft are still subject to unauthorized access. If there is no unauthorized access, of course, there will be no theft. And if there is no attack on the system, there would be no damage. But then the 4 points are still valid. Proceedings that allows the user to take measures or practices that ensure what I call a CIA in triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. And before I proceed, I told you this will be a very interactive class, so please, I would implore us to be on our system. I know there's a tendency for us to drift when the class gets too long, and sometimes we just keep the system running, but we're not really paying attention. Okay, can any of the students um just give me a direct answer? Do we have passwords on our phones? Can we hear me? Can we still hear me? Okay. I would want. I know some of us are in noisy environments. But you can just still have a voice-to-voice conversation. It's much more encouraging that way. I think, okay, I've gotten a response from Kuzaifa, but I still want Salman, Sunday, any other person to also um, speak out. We have passwords on our phone, right? Okay, Moses
Yes,
Bala.
sir.
Okay, okay. So, why do we put these passwords on our phone? What is the, because it's easy for us to have this to flow with the trend of I have an Android phone, and the first thing or one of the things we usually do is just add the pattern or the fingerprint. Let me test the fingerprint is working, and we just lock it. And can anybody give me a little brief on why there is a password on your phone?
Hello, Vincent.
Hello,
Please,
see?
we can no longer see your screen.
Yes, I know. I'm not sharing now.
Oh, okay,
I want to have in an interaction with the students. I think it's easier
that's
this way.
fine.
So anybody, Salman, Sunday, Ewoma, why do if we do have passwords, why do we have it? What's just give me your personal reason why there is a security lock, be it a fingerprint or a pattern or a password on your phone?
For privacy, sir.
For privacy. I mean, you're hiding something.
No, personal space.
Personal stuff. Does anybody have
Yes, yes.
access to that password aside you? Would you be so generous to give a friend of yours or somebody else that password and be comfortable with them accessing your device?
No, I'm not, sir.
Okay. I believe we're on the same page. So this just points to us the importance of computer. Now, when I say computer, we shouldn't just limit it to a desktop or a laptop computer. Your phones are also computers. Your tabs are also computers. So this just emphasizes or hints on the importance of computer or IT security. We live in a world where I think everything we do revolves around the internet or revolves around our computer. I can bet a few of us would not be able to go 1 week without our phones. 1 week, maybe 1 week is too much. 5 days without our phones. This is not because of an addiction per se, but I believe 80 to 85% of our activities today are being done on our phones. Our banking in transactions, our social media network, social media life or social life, even our Bibles, our Qurans, we have the soft copy. And as we're having right now, our classroom, a few years back, we wouldn't be having an online class. We'll probably be in a building or in a room, and I'll be sitting or standing in front with a marker or a chalk in my hand with a board, facing you guys and doing this thing. But then the world is getting digitalized, and everything we do, not everything, but let's say 90% of every of our activities are powered or sponsored by and from our computers. So it's more or less an integral part of our life, and privacy is a critical part of the human being. You don't want everybody to know everything about you. You don't want everybody to know certain things about you. And you still don't want everybody to know some minute things about you. Access is another thing. Not everybody should have access to some things that pertains to us. So cybersecurity, IT security are just measures that we put in place to prevent unauthorized attacks and damage or theft of our, should I say, items now. All right. So there are three critical factors when it comes to IT privacy or cyber security, computer security, whichever term you want to use to define it. The three critical factors are what I call the CIA triad: the confidentiality aspects, integrity aspects, and availability aspects. The next slide, okay, we look at these three components. We're talking about confidentiality, like I think it was Sunday or Abel that said it, for privacy purpose. There's some information you don't want to get out. There's some pictures, there are some files, there are some data within your system you don't want the outside world to see. At least not for the time being. Maybe you have a time you want it on a particular platform, but to be able to control your privacy, this aspect of data security is very important. The confidentiality aspect. So it means keeping your data private and secure, only to be accessed by specific people or parties. For example, your bank would always tell you, do not give out your some critical or some important details, for like your PIN, your ATM PIN, your BVN, some other information that should be exclusive to you and the bank only. You don't give out some data. That's called confidentiality. Are you still with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now the second part is integrity. Integrity. This talks about the consistency and the accuracy of data. Now, at different points in time, your data are being collected. Since we live in a cyber world or in an IT world, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, your information, your data are being collected. Sometimes voluntarily, sometimes you are not aware. Now, a voluntary or a conscious aspect would be probably you filling in a form in the bank, or okay, let me use a very popular one, the social media or it's a social account. You input your name on Facebook as Vincent Michael, and you log in. The security
Okay, everyone, we are sorry. I think we've lost him. His network has been unstable. So let's try to get him back on the call. Thank you.
Can we still hear me?
At a
Hello?
time we didn't hear you again.
Okay, where did you lost me? At what point? And can you see my screen?
Your
Data
screen is no
integrity.
longer shared.
Okay, I don't know if it's the network. Okay, it should be my network, but let me see if I can reconnect with another line. Just give me a minute. But can we? You can see my screen now, right?
No, sir.
Hello?
We can see the
Yeah.
screen, but we cannot see the slide. We cannot see
Your
the slide.
screen is not on display. You can't see your screen.
Let me stop sharing and share again. I'm coming. Hmm, tab window. Just a minute, please. Can you see my screen now? Is it
Yes, we can
visible
see
now?
your screen.
Okay, okay. So where did you lost me? At what point?
Data
This
integrity.
okay,
Your
this
voice
second.
is
All
breaking.
right. The voice is breaking. This is MTN network today. Please, can you not confirm if you can hear me? Yes, I need
Yes,
everybody's.
sir, we can hear you.
Okay, okay, okay. I think I will just put my second line on hold. So if you can't hear me anymore, just let me know one way or the other. Okay, data integrity. As I was saying, the data has to be consistent and accurate. You wouldn't want a case whereby data you imputed on a particular platform, and after a while, after successful usage, they get to tell you your PIN is not correct or your name changed, and some other excuses like that that looks inconsistent. For a system or for a computer platform to be said to be secured, it has to be confidential, like I said earlier, and it has to have integrity. Confidential means it should be private, and access should be given to those whom are worthy of it, or whom it is directed to. Number two, integrity. It has to be consistent. It has to be accurate. It has to be reliable. Now, the third one is availability. Availability. Can we hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Now,
Vince, can you please put it in presentation mode so it will be bigger on the screen for everybody to see?
okay. Okay. So availability. This is a very, for me, it's very important. It's connected to integrity and a little connected to confidentiality. I'm not saying this as per a direct link, but I'm looking at the importance. Now, let me use the bank system again. I think that's a very critical aspect of our life because it involves money. Now, your on your bank app, your credit balance or your balance is a data. It's your data. No matter how much is there, it is a data that should be confidential. One. So hence you would notice some apps have this hide feature. So you could open your bank app and hide your balance. It's not visible except maybe you click on the icon to unhide it. Integrity, it should be consistent. You don't want to have a case whereby you had 1 million, for example, in your account, and after the next day, you saw 995,000. And I believe the first thing you would do is to check your transaction history. Of course, there has been a breach of integrity to see, okay, what was the reason? Why was this amount deducted? And now, personally, the painful part would be that on getting there, you would not see or you do not see any record of a transaction or a process that warranted that deduction. Are we still with me? Are we still here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Now, there is no point of for data. Wait, there's a point, but it is of less value when you have a data that is confidential. Oh, your PIN is secured. Your account is still your balance is still the way it is. It's still accurate, but it is not available to you. I believe we've been. I don't know, but I've been in cases where I needed to withdraw. I knew I had money in my account. I opened the app, and it wasn't as if the app wasn't opened. It was opened, but then there was a note, or there was a note on the balance part that said account balance not available. We can imagine how what would I use? Okay, let me not use vehicles, but that's very annoying. You know you have this information there, you know you have this data there, but it is not available to you. So for a data or for a system to be said to be secured, aside being confidential, aside being integral or having integrity, it has to be available and accessible when needed. When needed, it has to be available. It has to be accessible when needed. So these three um, principles or factors are what defines computer or data security: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Do we have any questions so far? Anybody, anything you want to chip in or ask? Can can we hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, please. Do you have any questions so far? And the other students, I'm not hearing anything from them. Can we still hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Now, the course is in sections, and I would really appreciate if we have, or if we have one or two questions to ask. If we do, it's fine. If we don't, it's still fine. Um, within the section. So, okay. Do you have any question?
No questions, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move on to the next slide. Data control techniques. Um, I felt this should have come before data life cycle because the definition here says it's measures and practices that are implemented to manage and safeguard data throughout its life cycle. But I believe some of us may not know what the data life cycle is first before defining the control technique. So I'm going to move to the next slide and come back here. This is a data life cycle. Is the sequence or stages that data go through from its creation to eventual disposal. Disposal means it's either deleted, destroyed, or stored somewhere. Now we have six phases. Um, six, some say five, but it's actually six. The first phase is the data creation, the one underneath where the data is being created. At that point, you input your details. Data storage, the next one, where the data is being stored. Now, for record purpose and reference purpose, it is very important to store your data. Data analysis, the third stage, at the point where it's being analyzed, verified, and validated. Data sharing, the fourth one, at the point where it's being assigned or given to the required parties. Data reuse, the next phase, um, where it is being used for subsequent action. So if you need it for some other thing, you could always pull it up again. Then the next one is data archive or data destruction. So when it's no longer useful, um, the data is being destroyed or is being archived, saved for future reference. So data has these six life cycles or stages that it goes through. Now, the technique to controlling this is what we call data control techniques. Measures that we put in place to ensure that okay, these data are being um, followed through from the first phase to the last phase. The data control techniques are crucial for managing and safeguarding information in various environments. It's essential to understand and implement effective data control techniques um, to maintain security and reliability. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Now, these are some of the control techniques. If you can still see my screen, let me know. If you can't, please let me know. Access control. Access control. One of the data control technique. Well, not one. The first one here is access control. I think this is a very crucial part. Um, why your data is being secured is you want to limit or put a check on who has access to it. So the definition there is it decides who can access what data, who can access what data. Now, if you're working in a let's say data software or any company that has that does data retrieval, we have different rules. Even on a web system, you have different rules, and one of the things that puts a segment to these rules are access controls. Access controls. Now, the most important or a very critical rule is the admin. The admin has access to virtually every data on the system. We have the editors, we have the subscribers, we have the users, but then Hierarchies are being defined by access. Who has access to who? You get to some companies and they tell you, oh, this information is classified or is off limits for some people. Or you get to the bank and they will always tell you, okay, meet this person, meet this person. Then when the issue gets too complex, they refer you to a higher person. So access controls defines and decides who get access to what data. And the purpose of this, the why, is to prevent unauthorized people from accessing or meeting or messing with sensitive information. Still using the bank system as a case study, you wouldn't want anybody. I believe, but not believe, from my experience with the IT system and sector, your information is laid bare to some persons. Your PIN, your data itself, but those persons are occupying a very critical role and would not give that information or give access to anyone. For example, now the IT guy in the bank can get your PIN. The IT, can we still hear me?
Loud
Um,
and clear. We can hear you.
okay, thank you very much. So the IT guys in the bank can in, let me use the word intrude. There's what we call hacking um, and cracking in the computer world. Now, I know the social cultural implication we have here in Nigeria make it look like hacking is a bad thing. Well, it's not really a bad thing. The negative one is what we call cracking. Hacking is simply using my access to using my access to get information. Now it is the purpose that defines or differentiates hacking and cracking. So if, for example, I need to fix your account, I don't need your password to get into your account. I can give my access to get into it, fix it, and report back to you what you need to do to get it up and running, or simply log in again. So access control is a very critical data control technique. It defines and decides who can access who, and it also prevents people who do not have authorized access getting information from your data bank. Number two is encryption. Encryption it simply means using a secret code to hide sensitive information. There's what we call pseudo codes in computers, but let's not go into much computer terms. Um, this technique involves using secret codes, mostly alphanumeric binary terms, to hide. Encrypt means to hide with a key, and it can only be unhidden or revealed, or using the term decrypt, with that same special key. Now, the this came up. I think this technique it was initiated during the wars. I think early war, when soldiers were going to try to send messages to the other soldiers at the other line, and they'll probably use a term or use set of codes or words that even if the enemy were to infiltrate that message or infiltrate the transmission, they will not be able to get or understand what was being sent. So in the computer term or in computer security, the same principle is being applied, whereby I encrypt a data or a file. Even if the file gets lost, even if it gets stolen, whoever stole it or whoever got to um, interfere with the transmission would not still get access to what is written there, except he or she has the special key. Now, the purpose of this is to keep it safe from prying eyes. So you have people, I think um, the same technique is being used in some POS machines. you will see where it's not really encryption, but it's still it's a near principle where they don't follow the regular set of number arrangement. So you may have 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 4, 1 at a point in time. When you want to input your card again or your card pin again, the numbers get rearranged so that whoever is um, prying through the process would not be able to get the exact set of numbers you used the first time. So that's encryption. That's a near one, but that is not the full definition. The full definition simply means using a secret code to hide the data, which can only be decrypted by the special or the same secret code. So now this is a very critical aspect of data security, because if I lost the secret code, that data is also lost. Imagine me sending something to you, and I use a particular password that only I knows. I have no alternative to opening that file I'm sending. And when it gets to you, I cannot remember the password again to give to you. That data is locked forever. It may have to be destroyed eventually to get it out. Are we still with me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The third one is backup and recovery, data control technique, backup and recovery. We live in a world where I can't really overemphasize the the need, the need and the importance of backing up data. In my early years with computers, I always had that issue. I used to feel, no, 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 nothing can happen, nothing can happen, and I believe some of us here may have we've had files we got lost. Maybe our phones got damaged, and the files were stored on the phone memory. So when the phone got damaged, some of the data became irretrievable. If you had just backed them up on a mem- memory card or somewhere else, that would have mitigated for that issue. So um, this third point is very, very critical. Very, very critical. Always back up. Always back up. It is as important as access control. It's as important as encryption, because you may not lose the data to an external person, but you could lose it to damage of the system or something within your control or without your control, an accident or something. And if you don't have a backup, there is no way to get it back. There's no way to retrieve, there's no way to recover. So always save your data regularly, knowing fully well that whenever it gets lost, you can always bring it back. The purpose of this is to protect against accidental deletions and computer disasters. Like I said earlier, during my early computer years, I always had this. I think it's a bad habit of um, permanently deleting files. You know, when you press the delete button on your computer system, the file just goes to the recycle bin and it stays there for as long as possible. I think on some systems, if it's your Windows system, it stays for as long as possible until you empty your recycle bin. But you can also press the Shift plus Delete key to completely wipe it off from your system. And I always had that um, habit of doing it. So there was a day I didn't know, I just pressed Control A. I wanted to select some of the files on my desktop to delete them, and I was very fast at it. Pa, 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 pa. I just pressed Control A and Shift Delete. And when I saw the number of files that cleared up the desktop screen, I knew there was a problem, because number one, I knew I barely used the delete button alone, so it is not going to the recycle bin, and some of the files were important, and that was how I lost them. So always back up, always. Um, I think these measures are also implemented in many systems, many modern systems. No system would, no, no, well, no, I won't say no, but A few of them might, but an ideal system would always confirm your deletion before going ahead to do it, even on your phones. If you mark a particular number of files or on your system, it asks you, "Are you sure?" So you have a second chance to think, okay, I may need this, I may still need this, or I may want to back this up somehow. That's for that. Are we still with me? Are we still here?
Yes, go
Hello?
ahead.
Okay. Data masking. Data masking involves hiding sensitive data from certain people while letting them access to the rest. Data masking. These are also measures that have been taken by a few systems in our current age, whereby you get to hide certain data. For example, now one of the new WhatsApp features is the chat lock. The chat lock, and if you're very conversant with it, it has a function whereby you use a set of code to access the chats that you have locked. So for some of us who are very um, into locking every part of our phones, we'll lock the phone itself, we'll lock the gallery, we'll lock the WhatsApp, we'll lock virtually everything, and somehow someone asks you, okay, you know what, I want to access it. I think I had a friend of mine who his fiance was like, I want to get access to your phone. I want to get access to your phone. And he was like, okay, if that's the issue, no problem. He gave her the password, but what he did was he just locked sensitive chats that he didn't want her to see. So that's called data masking. You give people access to what they want or what they need them to see, and you can still restrict some sensitive aspect of it. The why here is to ensure privacy and follow rules about sensitive information. So you don't want to give people too much information, and you still want to control what they can see on your device. So part of computer data control technique is data masking, hiding some data. I'll move on to the next one. Audit trails. Audit trails has to do with keeping a detailed record of who accessed your data and what they did. Who accessed your data and what it. So if you're coming with some systems, some web systems and also some data systems, there's what we call the activity log. If you're designing one, always have an activity log that shows a record of everything every user has done on the system. So for if you're a website administrator, you would have at the back end of your dashboard, you would be able to see what users did on your system, who went to which place, what they clicked on, what they did, and what they completed. So the purpose of this is to check for suspicious activity, follow rules, and know if something goes wrong. So this also helps to check where an issue started. So if your system is malfunctioning, you could check through the activity log to know where that problem initiated from. The next one, data validation. This is to check that your data follow rules and make sense. Data validation check. Now, if you're building a system that um, has to do with user data, you also have to deploy this technique. An example of this would be if you're writing a code or writing a form on a system, you wouldn't want a situation whereby on the email field, you some people can input any number. Now, an email has a format, 8123 at domainname.com. Now, that is the format, and that is a validation technique. So when you ask users to put in their email, if it doesn't follow that data or that format, the data is not validated. The purpose of this is to avoid mistakes and keep data reliable. So, why I use the email example is because it's a very common one. If you're filling a form, and even if you're putting the wrong email, because you have to still follow the format of an email for it to work. If you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on an email feed, it won't be validated. If you put your name, it won't be validated. So follow the format. The purpose is to avoid mistakes and keep the data reliable. Number 6, I think the last one here, firewalls and IDS. Now, what the firewall does is it prevents unauthorized and suspicious activity from the internet on your system. It helps you control and monitor traffic on what's coming in and what is going out. The purpose is like to stop hackers and also detect if something fishy or suspicious is happening. Okay, can we hear me? I think we're done with this session.
We can hear you.
Okay, any questions so far from the students? I think Messi is the only one talking. Any questions so far from this from our students? I need to know if they're still following. If you're using the text, let me check through the any. I can't see no chat screen. Can we see here, me students? Salman, Jarius. Okay. I think I got a Kuzaifa been following. I can't seem to get any message from anyone. Ewoma, Sunday, Abel, Adaugo, Abiodun, Damilora. Can we indicate our presence so I know I'm not speaking to just Mercy or myself? I'm still waiting. I think I need to share this thing. Please, if you can hear me, I would like to hear. I don't know if you can hear me. Just indicate on the chat box. Okay, Salman still was following. Um, Otegu Jarius still here. All right, just give me a minute. Let me stop sharing. I need to put the slide in a format where I can split my screen. Just a minute, please. All right. Please indicate if you, I can't hear anyone.
Hello, everyone. Please exercise patience, please. Vincent, please, I think your network is bad.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
And
empty.
check your network again, please.
Okay, can we hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Can we also see my screen?
Yes, your screen is seen.
Okay. So I'll move over to the next slide. Computer installation. Computer installation has to do with setting up the system or the computer system, hardware assembly, software installation, and configuration. Now, there are four types of computer installation. We have the direct, we have the parallel, we have the single location, and we have the phase location. Well, I won't be going into so much details on that. But we'll just stick with what we have on the slides for now. Then I will do some explanation. Now, pre-installation preparation. This is the step you take before you start the installation. The first thing you need to do is what we call site assessment. You conduct a site assessment to determine the physical layout, power requirements, network connectivity at the installation location. What this means is you need to check where you want to install your computers. If you're installing a set of maybe a computer lab, you need to check um, the room, the lab, the structure of the place. Now, one thing with computers that they work with a cool environment. So check the accessibility to air, the airflow, check the power requirements. Make sure the sockets are not short-circuited; they're all working fine, because a glitch in this area can also damage the system itself. Check network connectivity. If you're using a router, you may want to run some tests to ensure it's optimally functioning at that location. So site assessment is very key before you start your installation. Number two is inventory check. Inventory check, you have to verify that the necessary hardwares are all working. The components, if you're setting up a desktop computer, you check the monitors, you check the keyboards, you check the mouse, you check the system unit itself, you check if you're using speakers, if you're using external speakers and the likes. You make sure every component is optimally functioning and the licenses are also there. Now, if you're setting up a system for an organization, it's important that you have your license for each software. I know in this part of the world we're used to buying cracked versions, the ones you can just go to a computer store and just get at Computer Village. But if you're installing systems for an organization, it is unethical, and you can lose um you can be sued. Yeah, it's part of the privacy policy actually. So you need to have a license for your software, license directly from the organizations. The next one, hardware installation. Now, first step is unpacking and inspection. Unpack the computer hardware and peripherals, inspect for any physical damage, physical setup, installing of the central processing unit, computer modules, storage devices, and expansion cards. Okay, install computer components. That's the system unit, which houses the central processing unit. You have to set them up. The the keyboard, the monitor, put which one stays up, which one stays down, which one stays on the left, and also set them up. Now, the peripheral connections are the monitor, the keyboard, the principal factors of a desktop computer: the monitor, the keyboard, the printer, the mouse. You need to connect them. Now, there are cables for this. Now, this would have been easier done physically, but I believe we'll get to that later. Please, if you have any question, you could just put it on the chat box, or you could ask in between. Software installation. The first software you would need to install on your computer, the first and well, not the first and the most important is what we call the OS, the operating system. The operating system. We have the Windows, we have the Mac, we have the Linux, and some other free DOS. Now, this could come in a disk or in a USB drive. Now, the operating system is what allows you as a user interact with the computer. If you have if you buy a MacBook or an HP laptop that has the highest spec possible, without an operating system, you cannot interact. You cannot use. When I say interact, you cannot use that system. Why I'm able to use this to have this meeting right now because I have a Windows installed here. I believe we all have Windows as well, or a Mac or a MacBook with us, whereby you have a Mac OS installed. So the OS is what allows you as a user interact with the system. Now the second software is the drivers. The drivers. Now this also cannot be overemphasized because they are what allows um, the system components maximally function. I'll break it down again. The drivers are what allows the systems to function maximally. Maximally. If your system is not well driven or if the drivers have not been installed, you wouldn't have a seamless or an easy to use system. If your wireless card is not driven, you will not be able to connect with a Wi-Fi or to a hotspot. If your system, if your screen drivers or the monitor drivers are not installed, you will not be able to use the screen so effectively. The display may show, but it won't be so optimal. You may have the screen looking so big and blurry. So every component has drivers that it needs to work function optimally. You have your keyboard drivers, your mouse drivers. So the next thing after installing your operating system is always ask, if you're not the one doing it yourself, if you're the one doing it yourself, ask for the drivers. I need to drive my system. The third one, which is the application software, now this is what allows you as a user use the system based on your demands. If you're into graphics, you may want to install application software like Photoshop or Corel Draw. If you're into a programming, you may want to install Visual Studio, Dreamweaver, and the likes. So application softwares are what um, you as a user use to function or work on the system. It is the set of software that allows you perform operations on the system. Your Microsoft Office is also an application system or software. I mean, then network configuration, setting up the network settings, including your IP address, your DNS configurations, and any other required network protocols. Now, I usually advise if you're not a network security analyst, the system comes with the default setting, which will work perfectly fine if you do not tamper with them. But if you know what you're doing and you know how to modify the settings to suit your needs, then you also set up the network settings. The user account, this is where you create an account per user. Now, some operating systems allows multiple accounts, some allows only one. So here you could create separate access to given to separate users and appropriate the permission and the access level according to the need or how you want it to be. So I could have 10 people using one particular system and they would not interfere, although not at the same time, but they would not interfere with their activity because each of them will have separate accounts. And I can also designate permissions different from one another to them. The next one is system settings. Here you configure the settings like the time, the days, the power options, display preference. You set where when you want the system to sleep, what the power button should do. Should it hibernate? Should it go on sleep when I press it? You set the time format, the date format, and how you want the system to. It's like tweaking the system to your own needs or how you want it to be. Security measures as well. Okay, after installation, hardware installation, software installation, you would want to take security measures. And the first one you will do is to install antivirus installation. Now, this is what will protect the system from malicious software. That's what we call malware and security threats. For personally, I leverage on the inbuilt security system from the operating system or the antivirus that comes with it, which is the Windows Defenders. But if you wish to add an extra, which sometimes may not be advisable because they can counter the function of one another, you may have to deactivate one first for the other. But then installing an antivirus is a very crucial part of securing your system. You don't want viruses to infiltrate and damage or destroy your files and the system as a whole. Number two is the firewall configuration. Like I said, the firewall is a security device that monitors both incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which to block. Now, by default, this would work the way it has been set. But if you want to allow certain traffic, for example, you're using a particular software and you do not want the main server to access it or to access the software from their own end, you could block their access with a firewall on your system. The next one is how is the testing, hardware testing, software testing, and network connectivity. So after your installation, after everything you've done, you would want to test the hardware to check if everything is functioning optimally. You also want to check and verify the softwares um, to know if they are working and compatible. I think a good operating system would give you a notice here. If your software is not compatible or is not installed properly, you'll get a notice on this. Then also check your network connectivity. After everything, ensure you try to connect your system to an existing network and check the speed, check everything to ensure it's working properly. The next one, backup and recovery. Backup and recovery has to do with implementing a strategy to protect against data loss. Like I said earlier, we can't overemphasize the importance of backing up data because you may think you have complete control over how data works, but sometimes accident happens that may involve you losing the data. Your system may be stolen, God forbid, or you may encounter let's say an accident, not one that has to do with casualty, but the system falling off the table is an accident. Water pouring on the system is an accident. So one of the things that gives you confidence in your data security and data control in process, and also after your computer installation, is that you have a backup data. I have a colleague of mine that says, oh, he doesn't mind a system being stolen or getting lost, and that's because he has every information backed up somewhere. So he just simply picks up a new system and continues from there. The next one is recovery procedures. You have to establish procedures for your system recovery in the event of hardware or software failures. Now, always if you're gonna be going into the IT line, well, I don't think nobody would be going, because one way or the other you have to deal with computers eventually, whether you're working in a firm, working um, in a company, or you're a student, or whatever it is you're doing. one way or the other you make use. You're going to be using a computer, and it doesn't have to be a desktop, a laptop, but phones are the smallest means of computers right now. Always establish a process for recovering data. One of the ways I used to advise is have a backup device, have a storage device. You just keep things on. Then also we'll get there later, but cloud aspect as well. I think that's one of the breakthroughs of modern technology. Um, always, can we still see my screen, please? Hello.
We can see your screen, yes.
Okay, I need to confirm so I know I'm not speaking to myself. So, one of the technique I used to imply or is the a 3-2-1 rule. The 3-2-1 rule says you have to create 3 copies of your data and put 2 in a different storage device and keep one offsite. Backup frequently. Always, if you're working as a system admin, always back up multiple times in a day, 2 or 3 times, in case of any eventuality. Your data, your recovery point won't be so far back. Won't be so far back, and always test your backup system. Always test your backup system to ensure they are working. Don't just assume, oh, I have a software that does backup and it's just there, or I think it's working. Do a test, back up something, then check. Backup and recovery goes hand in hand. If I back up my data and I cannot recover it, I've wasted it already. There was no point backing up in the first place. If I back up my files and when I need to get them back, I can't recover them, then the initial process is just time the waste because now I need it, I can't access it. So there was no point backing up if you cannot recover. There is no point backing up if you cannot recover. There is no point backing up if you cannot recover the data. Um, Two strategies that are um, I think that I will outline here is cloud computing. You have your Google Drive, you have your Microsoft Drive, you have a lot of drives or cloud systems in our world today. Deploy 1 or 2 means. Have your files saved or have sensitive files saved on your Google Drive or your Microsoft Drive or any cloud system that you're comfortable with. They offer unlimited scalability. You can always add more files, and um, I think they give you enough storage. Although the free ones are around 50 gig, but then you could also extend that size. Then backup on a secondary location. Have an external hard drive, a flash drive, where you just keep your data in case the main drive gets damaged or something happens to it. You can always recover it from the external secondary drive. So moving to file security right now. File security it's a similar aspect to data security because most of the things we store as data, not all, most of them are in files. Your Microsoft Word, um, when you finish typing a document, you save it in Word file. If it's your PowerPoint, in PowerPoint file. If you're working on Photoshop, you save your work on a file. You're working on anything as well. I think they are almost all saved as a file. So file security, the same principles that apply to data security applies to file security, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. So we say file security is just the practice of protecting files from from unauthorized access. You don't want people who you haven't given access to get it from modifications and from deletions. You having to protect your files from unauthorized access, from modifications, deletions, and also from thefts. Yeah, from thefts. You don't want people stealing your files. Um, okay, let's see what we have on the screen. Various methods and measures are employed to safeguard files from unauthorized access, modification, or deletion. This can include measures such as setting strong passwords, encrypting files, and implementing access control. I think we've dealt with this thing before. Setting up password, having a set of alphanumeric or special characters that serve as authorization tool. Okay, let's start with the next one first. That says encryption. Encryption involves the process of encoding data using an algorithm, making it unreadable to unauthorized users. I think we've dealt on this before, whereby we use special data here called algorithm. It could be binary digits or a set of special characters, ciphertext. And it is only the user, it is only the person with the decryption key that can access the information. Now, this technique is good, but it's not foolproof. Oh, it's even there. It's not perfect. That was the word I was gonna use. It's not perfect, and I hinted on the downside. If the decryption key is lost, the data is lost. So if I lock a file, it's just like me locking a room and I got the key lost or I couldn't find the key again and the door is kind of unbreakable. So what that means in inadvertently is nobody would get to see um nobody would be able to access the room again. So beneath the text here we have a flow of how encryption works. You have a plain text, you encrypt it with a set of codes, it becomes encrypted. So this is what goes out, the encrypted text. So even if this file gets missing, it takes whoever has the key to be able to decrypt it back to the original file. If it's not available, it remains as an encrypted text. How encryption works, the plain text encryption, and it shows like this. Okay, this is a very straightforward and direct means of understanding how it works. Like I said earlier, it's subject to ensuring that the key remains sustainable, because if it gets missing, the data is equally lost. Now, username and passwords. Usernames and passwords. I believe you can still hear me. Please, if you can't, indicate, just say something. Usernames and passwords. Virtually every system in the world today that's that makes use of data has an authentication or an authorization platform like this, from the social media networks to your company profiles to websites to different platforms. There is always a page, a section, or a gateway like this that authenticates and authorizes users. So let's open through. The first one is the username. Just a minute, please. Username. Um, Also known as a user ID. Hmm. Okay. Now the user ID or the username is a specific identifier, a unique identifier that the computer assigns to every individual on the system or on the network. Now, permit me to say it's different from the login name. It can be used as the login name, but it's different from the login name. Your log, I operate a system that splits both, although it can be interchanged. Now, you can log in with your username and you can log in with your email, but your email is not your user ID, but though they perform the same function actually. Now, on a system, it is impossible for a computer system to have two the same username. That's why it's called a unique identifier. It is impossible. No computer system in the world has um, the same username. No, no computer system in the world has the same unique ID. So every user has a specific ID. Now this is to distinguish one user from another. So for example, now I'm on a platform whereby we have 5 users with 5 first name and last name. I believe we've also seen cases whereby we meet people that have the same first name, middle name, and last name. So for a human system, if you're using the old or the traditional means of storing data, that will become a problem. Let's say I have Taiwo Olumide Johnson and I have Taiwo Johnson Olumide. That may be difficult for a human being to distinguish who is who, and sometimes we may also interchange the arrangements and mix one person for the other. Now, on the computer system at the back end, Taiwo Olumide Johnson would have his ID as 001. Taiwo Olumide Johnson Olumide would not would have another ID 002 or 003. So the ID is what the computer system uses to distinguish who was the first person and who was the second person. Can we still hear me, please? Can we still hear me? Oh no.
We can hear you, Vincent.
Okay, please. I need that feedback to know I'm interacting.
All right.
Okay, so please, I need to know I'm still speaking with these students. All right, now um closely paired with the username is the user password, and the purpose of that is for authentication. You can note this down. The username or user ID is for identification. The user password is for authentication. So this is how it works. The first Taiwo Olumide Johnson, for example, cannot have the same password as Taiwo Johnson Olumide. So if you're using the traditional means of documentation, of course there will be no password. Whoever is reading that data sheet would have problems distinguishing who was who. But if you are running a data bank or a data system where information is being collected and you're implementing computer security or IT security measures, before you log in, you input your um, username or your login name, or if necessary, your user ID. Now that makes that allow the computer identify you as an existing data on the system. Okay, this person exists, I can pull out his record first, but then it does not still grant you access until the password is imputed for authentication. Anybody can, and that is why passwords are always encrypted. Although nowadays there are there are processes that allows you to see the password while you're typing or after you're typing. But passwords are always encrypted, and they are always hidden. So they may show as dots or asterisks. But sometimes for the sake of um, memory and recalling, the system can allow you, or the system can be designed to allow you see what you have typed and save it or remember it. So usernames helps accounts to be personalized and facilitate recognition within a system. They can be chosen by the user or assigned by the administrator. So well, sometimes the system, the algorithm can also choose your username. A An ideal system, a secure system, would choose the username by algorithmic structures, because if you allow the user pick their username, two different users can pick the same username, then thereby having issues registering or logging in. User password, I think I've spoken a little on this earlier. It's a set of secret combination of characters, a secret combination of characters, your alphanumeric symbols, letters, numbers that an individual or user creates to authenticate their identity. So, like I said earlier, the purpose of the password is to authenticate that okay, this user is truly the person trying to log in. The system does not recognize your face, even if it uses a facial recognition system. The algorithm behind it is drafting um, secret combination of codes to authorize and authenticate that this person is the same person matching the ID with the password. Password acts as a form of user verification and play a critical role in securing accounts and sensitive information. I think we can't actually overemphasize on this. Most of us already know the purposes or the purpose actually of a password. So if you enter a wrong password, you will be given access. Now, the last paragraph talks about strong passwords are recommended to enhance security. Um, and best practices often include combination of uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and special characters. Now, when I was in school, we took a course in I think data security. I think I was 400 level then, and there we got to understand some of the psychological factors that are in play when passwords are being chosen, and it is very easy for a hacker or somebody trying to intrude your privacy to um, not guess but make a permutation of your password. And some of the possible examples that were given was that human beings would tend to use a familiar term or numbers as their password. Now they do this. The psychological factor here in play is that it's something you would easily remember. So that's you would most likely want to use it. For example, now I did a survey one time and I found that 50% of young people use their birth year for their ATM pin. 50%, I think, or close to the 40%. You will likely use 1998, 1999, 199, whatever. And you could, so in order to get someone's power, I think I was able to permutate two persons phone, and I just simply asked them, how old are you? And I could guess, told you this is your ATM pin. She was like, ah, yes, 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 it's true. So, for security purposes, you do not use familiar terms. Or maybe you're used to a particular phrase, you're used to a particular word. The chances are that you will use those phrase or those words as your password. There's a very high chance you would use those. Now, another reason for um, recommending this strong password, uppercase, lowercase, special characters, and numbers are the possibility of using the same password on multiple platforms. Many of us have like 5 or 10 or 5, 6, 7 social media handles, accounts, and even our bank apps, and we use one password for everything. So once a user gets access to your a password, ultimately it gets access to everything that you have passworded. So for security purposes, we recommend you use a very strong use terms that you would not remember and write it somewhere you would not forget, not accessible to anyone, but somewhere you would not forget, or somewhere you can easily refer back to when needed. Am I still here? Are my people still here? Mercy, are you still here with
Yes, we
me?
can get you. Yes, we can get
Okay,
you.
okay. So the need for user password and antivirus. Need for user password and antivirus. Number one, like I said earlier, the security aspect is access control. The password access control by ensuring only authorized individuals can access your systems or network. Like I asked at the beginning of the class, how many of us have passwords on our phones? And I think a few of us responded, and someone also said the reason was because of privacy. You don't want anybody to to get access to your phone or certain information on the system. Now, for antivirus software, it's also to prevent unauthorized malicious softwares and cyber threats. I don't know if you've dealt on viruses, but one of the things that you would not want on your systems are computer virus or malwares. Malwares are malicious softwares that can damage the or prevent the smooth functioning of your system. So if a malware is on your system right now, for example, some features, some functions would not work properly. So an antivirus is key and it's important to prevent malware gaining access from to your system. Number two is data protection. Data protection to protect data from sensitive data from people who do not have access to it, restricting access to only the correct credentials. Um, is antivirus aspect is to safeguard data integrity by defending against malware that aims to compromise or manipulate data. Has any of us ever suffered from a malware attack on our system? I think let me. Anybody from the class, has any of us had a malware attack on our systems? There was a time your computer system was under a virus attack. Can anybody um, indicate? You could unmute yourself and talk. Okay, I think I have a question on the chat box. So maybe I'll pause here first and respond to it. Okay, the question from Jimmy Jimoski David. Please, can you unmute and confirm if you can hear me? Jimoski David, can you unmute and confirm if you can hear me?
Hello, sir. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. The question, we have some cases where you can use your social media account to log in. How is that done? And is it, I believe is you're asking, is it advisable? Okay. Um, yeah. Um, Many of the systems today have what we call multiple um, means of logging in. Now, the purpose of that is to prevent what I call I won't say data redundancy, or is to prevent the users from forgetting their login details. Now, this goes in two ways. Actually, it goes in two ways. Um, you could have 10 different accounts. It is if you have a strong retentive memory, or better still, let's even keep the aspect of memory aside. Let's work with best practice. I always tell people document your password. Document your password. Now, the reason why some systems allow you to use your account is for validation and verification. So they know it's the same person that owns this account that is still logging in here. They compare the data and grant you access. So they pull up your information from your email. Of course, um, when you're opening your email account, you have to put in your names, your names, your password, and I think some other sensitive or important information. Now, the email serves as a base platform from which other systems can pull out your information. What it does on at the back end is it saves the current system from storing your data on their platform. So your data is still on Gmail. They just authenticate from Gmail. That's why every time you try to log in, it pops up the Gmail box, selects account. When you click on your account, it verifies it is you and logs you in on that existing system. So on one hand, it saves the current system you're trying or the account you're trying to open from storing your own data on their platform. Maybe they don't have enough security, or they want to reduce um, the the data flow on their database. Yeah. So they just allow you use an existing account, maybe Facebook or your email. Then every time you attempt to log in, they invoke your information from that system, then authorize, authenticate, and grant you access. Now, is it advisable? Yes, yes, yeah. If you trust, it's advisable if you trust your Gmail, if you trust your Google account, it is. But the downside is if you have issues logging in on your email at any point in time, that issue is now extended to that platform. Hence, you would find it difficult to now log in. So, for example, I have my Facebook account, I have my Gmail, and I use my Gmail as my login on Facebook. Now, Facebook don't have my details. They simply redirect the authentication process to Google, and when it is validated, they return the request and grant me access. The day I cannot log in on Google, or my Google is having some issues, I would not also be able to log in on Facebook. So on both ends, it's a 50-50 thing. It's advisable because it saves you the stress of filling long forms and all that. But then you have to ensure that you're always able to log in on your email, because the authentication of another system is tied to that account. I believe I've been able to answer the question. If not, please still indicate on the chat box. Let me read through another one. This is from K. Um, okay. What do we do about people who use email marketing scam to deceive people to click links that may access their information? Okay. But this is a very straightforward one. One of the principles of data security is you don't click on unverified links. You do not click on unverified links. Now, a lot of links are on the internet today that just redirects you to different platforms. Maybe you're trying to download a file, and you click on the download button, another page opens, and before you know, they're asking you to click on this and to click on that. If you cannot verify the link, and if you get redirected to a page that you did not click on originally, do not click on the link. If you get redirected to a page you did not click on originally, do not click on any link there. Do not even allow notifications. If your browser pops up a notification, just block it. Do not allow it. This is means through which systems get infiltrated by malwares and attacks. Unverified links. Don't click on links that you did not initiate, or if you're trying to download a file and the download button is not bringing out the file option or the download dialog box, and but it's taking you to maybe another site. Close down the site, click again. If you try it in 3 or 4 times, it doesn't work, then try another means of downloading that file. Do not click links that please give me a minute. Sorry for the. Can you please give me like 5-10 minutes? Mercy. Hello, Mercy.
Okay, you can go
We
ahead.
can hear you.
All right, please give me 5 minutes. I need to address something very
All
quickly.
right.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. I'm back. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Where was I again? Sorry. I think I was talking about the email marketing scams. Okay. So you don't click on unverified links that you did not initiate. If you're trying to download something online and the download screen or the button is linking you to another page with links on it, or you're getting um, pop-up ads from um, different part of the screen telling you to click this and that. Um, do not click on it. It's a very um, prominent means through which scammers and hackers get access to your system. Okay, I think we can proceed. All right, please confirm if you can still see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, I hope the students can also see my screen too. Okay, the need for password. I was asking if anybody has had a situation whereby your system was, we use the word corrupted, but sometimes it can be infiltrated by malware or what we call viruses. Now, they're both different. Probably another day would have a talk on that malwares and viruses. So the need for passwords and the need for antiviruses are to prevent this thing from gaining access to our systems. Then user accountability too. The passwords also enhance user accountability by attributing actions to specific individuals through unique login credentials, preventing unauthorized access. Both the password and the software um, would serve as a means through which unauthorized access is being prevented in or on our system. The need for passwords still continues. Malware protection, continuous monitoring, individual user customization, protection against evolving threats. Um, okay, let's see. The password complements malware protection effort by preventing unauthorized. I think this is the same thing we spoke about earlier on. Um, Detect and prevent a wide range of malware threats, safeguarding against malicious activity. So the center of this password antivirus function is just to still focus on the three CIA triads we discussed earlier: confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. What should be kept secret, what should be kept private remains private. What should be accessed by who should access it, that is being given as well, and also availability. You wouldn't want a case whereby what your data that is needed at a particular point in time becomes unavailable or inaccessible to you. So to enhance security, to provide real-time monitoring, these factors are also important. Um, Network security, email security. Okay, this is part of what we also spoke about earlier. Do not click on links, especially if you're online. There are means through which the hackers or the scammers can bypass your firewall. So don't click on links. Don't and also don't give off sensitive information. I think, well, let me just chip in this. I believe we would know this, but there are certain information that should not be registered on a form, especially on an online form. Don't put in your BVN except when you verified the necessity. Don't put in your ATM pin. I don't think any young person in this age should fall victim of that as well. And also, there's what we call spam mails. If you receive mails from certain people you're not sure of, or certain individuals that or mail that looks suspicious, don't open it. As soon as you see the title or the subject, and you know, okay, this is not legit, this is not verified, you move them to your spam box or you delete them. If you cannot verify them at the instance, but you're not sure if it is um, a malicious mail or um, a regular one that the system just marks or flags as spam, you move them to your spam box first. Then you can open it there, verify. Then if it is not spam, mark as non-spam. This is one of the use of the spam box. It's like a testing um, space for certain mails. So if you open that mail on the inbox itself, it's carrying a malware. Your system or your mailbox is may have been infiltrated or corrupted one way or the other. So if you have an email that you're not sure of, now the system on its own, some mail provider, Gmail for example, would move any unidentified email to the spam box. And sometimes now this is necessary because of data security. Now you are the one to determine, okay, I can verify the sender, I can verify the domain through which the mail is coming from. Then you open in your spam box, remember, and then move to the main box when you verify the authenticity. Email scan, okay, that's the antivirus software. System performance as well. The password contributes to system performance by ensuring secured authorized access. Okay, we're still saying the same thing. If you work in an organization where uh, you have a large number of staffs and it doesn't matter if you don't trust or if you trust everybody. It's just um, a proceeding which we call best practice. If you're leaving your desk, if you're leaving your system, always lock your device. If you have sensitive information on your phone, and maybe you set a 1 minute time lag for which it locks automatically. Sometimes we forget to use the power button or just lock it ourselves before we leave the phone lying on the desk or the system. If you're going to be away from your system for a while, put it on the lock mode, and the lock mode should have a password before opening. The antivirus part says it maintains optimal system performance by detecting and mitigating malware that can impact resources. This is one reason why I um, recommend the Windows Defenders. If you're using an HP or a Windows operating system, the Windows Defender has a very what's the word again? Intense strict security measures. If you plug in a flash drive that is um, corrupted with virus, or now there's what we call false positive softwares. Now, the false positive software are software that are not necessarily malwares, but they carry functions that the system could pose as a threat. For example, now you're a police officer and you see a young man with a gun. The first move you want to make is you want to um, would I say decapacitate or confront the person, maybe under the guise of an arrest or something, until you have affirmed, okay, if the gun he's carrying is licensed and it's a threat to the environment. That's the same way the Windows Defender works. Now, some softwares, for some of us that installs a lot of software on our system, maybe crack software. If you play games or you do not have an original software. Most of the time, we buy this thing from computer shops and the likes. When you're reading the installation part of the software or the cracking part, it would always tell the first thing to do is deactivate um, your antivirus. It goes both ways, but if I'm speaking from the angle of best practice, I wouldn't recommend that. Speaking from the angle of the average user in our country today, sometimes you may just have to do it because the purpose of the software um, would require you to bypass the necessary security you have in place. But if you are deploying best practices on no account, because if you do have the licensed software, you wouldn't find that information there that says deactivate your antivirus. So, standing on the um, side of best practice, I would employ us to, although I know it's funny, but try and get licensed softwares for our system security sake, at least while you're working with an organization. Safe browsing, internet, okay, password, enhance security awareness, promoting safe online behaviors. Now, it is important to have passwords on every authentication gateway on the internet. For example, on my own system, you cannot access anything on the browser without a password. That's the way I set it. Um, so always that password gives you a sense of safety. That okay, at least if anybody is going to try to access my system, there is a deterrent, there is a measure in place to deter him. And all things being equal, with a strong security system, your device, your computer is as safe itself. Antivirus software provide web protections, features, blocking access. This is also the aspect of firewall. Do not for any account, if you intend to use the system to browse the internet, do not close your firewall. Do not close your firewall. It is the defense between your system and the internet. The internet is broad. It has a lot of pros and its cons, and cyber threats, cyber attacks, phishing, and the likes are not new to the age you are in. So one thing you would want to do if you intend to keep using your device to browse the internet is to do not deactivate your firewall. The need for computer room security. I think okay, this is so am I still, can we still hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much, Messi. Um back to my slide. Okay. Um computer room security. If you're working in an organization, where I believe every one of us who is here
Hello, Vincent. Are
Vincent,
you still there? Hello, Vincent. Are you still there? These
he is off
guys.
the call. He is off the
Okay.
call. I think we can proceed with the segment with Boma, and when we come back, he will join. So let's proceed with the segment, Boma segment.
All right. Everyone, please pay attention to the next person that is about to talk now. All right. So please, Boma, you can take it up from here.
Okay, before Boma speaks, I would like to inform the students. We understand some of you were having challenges navigating the LMS platform. You could not view the materials, the lecture materials. You could not view the Zoom link. Okay, so we will quickly take you through on how to do that. So by next class, you'll be able to log into your platform and be able to navigate, download the lecture materials, and also be able to join the class from your dashboard. Boma, you can take it up from here.
Hi guys, happy Easter to everyone. So I'll be showing us how to navigate, how to access the class from our Learning Center dashboard. So I guess we all know that to access, first of all, can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Well, we all know that to access the LMS, the Learning Dashboard Center, we have to go to the website first, transformationcollege.org, and navigate to this place on the website, student login. So once we click on that, the login page loads and we'll be prompted to enter our username and password. So for the purposes of this tutorial, this is the account we have created and this is the login details. This is the password, this is the username rather. I will enter the password now and log in. So this is the same process every single one of us will take when trying to access the class next week. Okay, so having imputed my username and password, it has brought me to my dashboard. This is the Learning Center. This is my dashboard. And as you can see, I can find the an announcement for today's class as the first thing I can see on my dashboard. So immediately I log in, before I even navigate to anywhere on my dashboard, I can see that we have a class today which is overdue. So the next thing I can do is to join meeting. And then takes me to where I can join the meeting. But we were made to understand that there are some people who don't see the join meeting when they log into their dashboard. So for people like someone who said she didn't see the join Zoom meeting link, let me go back to the dashboard. Once you log in and you're on your dashboard, please look at my mouse. You can navigate to my courses here. My courses here. If you don't see the join Zoom meeting link here, please navigate to my courses here at the top left-hand corner of your screen. You can see it, my courses here. Once you press my courses here, it will show a list of our courses, and right now it's only business informatics. So you follow business informatics, you click on it, it takes you to business informatics. You can see the list of all our key courses and programs that we're doing, and then you can see the link to today's class again. So this shows us that there are two ways to access the class, either from the dashboard or from the My Courses page. So that is basically how you access the class from the Learning Dialogue Center. The first step is to go to the website. Second step is to navigate to student login on our website. Once you navigate to student login, you'll be redirected to the Learning Center login page, and you need to enter your username and your password. Once you enter your username and your password on the Learning Center login page, you'll be redirected to the dashboard, the Learning Center dashboard, where you will see all the information concerning the calendar and the Zoom meetings. So for you to join the Zoom meeting, once again, you just have to click on this join meeting link here. you have to click on this join meeting link here. Let me open it in a new tab so we can see how it shows. It takes us directly to the join meeting. I don't want to click on it now because it will prompt me to join a meeting, and I'm already in the meeting. I hope you understand. So for those, once again, let me run it back. For those who can't find this join meeting here on the dashboard, on the home page, on the dashboard, all you just have to do is navigate to my courses page here at the top left-hand corner, my courses. Once you get to my courses page, you enter business informatics. Once you are into business informatics, under announcements, you will see the link for today's class again. So you click on it. You see the date and the time, and then you can join the meeting straight up. So please, are there any questions or any more challenges? Okay, please, okay. Please let us know the Khalifa Aminu, thank you. Thank you. Please let me know if you understood what I just broke down for us. Please just indicate in the chat room if you understood what I just explained for everybody. Thank you, Khalifa. Salman, are you there? Okay, Salman is not on the call. Mercy, I think I'm done, so you can take over now.
All right. Okay, students. Thank you so much, Buma, for that short training. Thank you so much. I believe we all understand. I think Kuzaifa acknowledged the fact that he understood. So I believe every other person on the call at the moment, you understand what Boma just showed us. Because in the next class, which is coming up by next week, we are going to be joining through our dashboard. The link will not be shared. So please take these into consideration. All right. Thank you so much. So we will be going on our usual break. Please, we do not want you to go off the call. You can go off, but once it's time, please click the link and join back. All right. So thank you very much. We are going on a break right now, and then we'll resume by 1 p.m. to conclude Introduction to Computing. All right? Thank you, guys, and have a beautiful break.
Okay.
lecturer can the lecturer can continue from here. Vincent, please, you can take it up.
Thank you very much, Mercy. It's good to have everyone back. Can you please confirm if you can hear me?
Loud and
Michael.
clear. We can hear
Okay.
you.
All right. Okay. Let me share my screen and resume from where I stopped. I believe as I stopped at network security, the need for computer room security. So, I was talking about the importance and how crucial a computer room is and why it should be secured. I think I spoke on the dangers of having information that should not leave the confines of the room being breached and getting access by people who are not authorized. I give an example of, I think, a bank system. Yeah, in the bank, there are certain individuals occupying specific positions that, by virtue of that position, are granted access. Now, one of the most important and a very critical aspect of a banking system, not predominantly mentioned, but it's like the engine room or the powerhouse is the computer room. The computer room, except the bank is still functioning in the traditional way, saving a lot of money in their vault. A lot of um, transactions these days are being done digital. You could have a million naira and um, not see it in a liquid form, but you make transactions with your ATM card or from your phone, and those transactions are validated. So the computer room is where everything is being um, processed, or where the operations take place, the digital operations. So since well, we live in an age where everything is digital, it only seeks to highlight the importance of a computer room. But the first need was, or is, as written here, strict access controls. Strict access control. The computer room should enact this policy of strict access control, whereby um, only authorized personnel can enter the room. Only authorized. If an hacker or a hacker gets access to a computer room, physically or um, virtual, otherwise, you could imagine what can take place. You could make a transfer of billions of naira or dollars without having to carry the cash itself. So, data, or even the medical sector as well. There are specific information about people who the doctor does not disclose those informations to except when needed. But if the computer room or the IT room where those data stored is breached, you could imagine what would happen if those information go out. The same way in our political, I think every sector as well. The IT room, given we're living in an IT age, implies that the computer room is a very critical aspect of our operations, of our activities, and of data and information that pertains to us. Second point here says computer room security is crucial for protecting valuable hardware components, like server. I think I also spoke earlier that irrespective of how the cloud system has been developed so far, every cloud system still has a physical server it reports to. Every cloud, every cloud drive, be it your Microsoft Drive, your Google Drive, and um, whatever cloud system you operate, there is still a hardware, a physical server where those data are being stored. And we also have routers, switches. Now, these are network tools that um, contains data that are being transmitted from one end or one system to another. So the physical hardware has to also be protected, because if I steal your laptop, um, I can bypass it one way or the other and get access to certain information that you may not have wanted me to get, or you just lose the information you have, even if it was accessible or inaccessible in the first place. So protecting the hardware. So well, this part talks about physical security. Aside the cyber security aspect, which is on the first part, this number two speaks on physical security. So that is also important when talking about computer room security. The third one is unauthorized access or tampering in computer rooms can lead to operational disruptions, emphasizing the need for security measures. Now, imagine we have our data on Facebook, or our data, okay, yeah, our data on, I think a few years ago, the bank took our details. We went for NIN registration and all that, and I suspected there must have been a data breach or an operational dysfunction or disruption somewhere for the banks and the network providers to come again this year, insisting we repeat the same process of linking our NIN or our BVN with our banks or our phones. Now, these things can only take place when they have been tampering in the computer rooms, because it is expected that when data is stored, they do not get leaked or breached if the security processes are in place. So these are a few needs. Let's see the next slide. um, Securing the computer room helps to protect networking equipment, maintaining the integrity of the organization's communication. It is also speaking about networking. You don't want your router or your switch to get stolen or get damaged, hereby depriving you of connecting or communicating with other devices. The computer rooms have specialized environmental controls, and securing the environment is necessary to prevent disruptions. This will be speaking about the kind of environment setting you put in place for your computer room. Like I said earlier, it has to be well aerated. You need a good airflow, and it needs to be what the word again, deterred from flooding. You don't want leakages at any part of the room whereby water can get in and damage the system. The last point on this slide says the computer rooms often back up servers and systems. Now, this is still speaking about servers that are used for backup. Now, these servers have to be protected. Hence, if not, this could lead to a loss of data or deterring of data recovery. You don't want a case whereby after um, submitting your data to a particular system and it has been used more than once or two times, you get to be asked again to resubmit. Now, it can be very uncomfortable or inconveniencing in this kind of situations, and it only seeks to expose the vulnerability of that computer room, indicating that it's not well secured. Now, the next point here speaks on computer system auditing. Computer system auditing. Now, audits are like evaluation process, set of evaluation process that accesses the controls of the security and overall effectiveness of an organization's technological infrastructure. The point here is an audit is a set of what we can call it best practice that are being put in place to checkmate how effective an organization's system or structures are. A lot of times, before you set up a system, before you set up an organization with an IT department or an IT structure, it has to be audited to see if it meets the requirement. You don't you I think, okay, an example would be setting up let's say a neighbor office, and you get there one time or the other, and they don't have light. I think that would sound awkward. So the same thing, um, a technological infrastructure has some set of requirements, minimum requirements it should meet before it becomes operational. So the system audit or computer system audit seeks to define this. The goal is to ensure that the IT systems are operating in accordance with established policies, procedures, and regulatory requirements. It involves a systematic examination of various components of the computer system, including hardware, software, networks, and data. Okay, sorry, I want to reiterate a point I made earlier. Sorry, I need to move to the other side. Can we please hear me? Can we hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Now, speaking on computer system audits, I would want to reiterate a particular point I made earlier about licensing of softwares. Now, that's also a security aspect. Um, One of the requirements an organization would have as an individual, you can be overlooked in that aspect. You can actually install a third-party software or a cracked software on your personal system, and since you're an individual, the regulatory body may not come after you. But as an organization, if you're working in an organization, if you're going to be working in an organization or setting up one, part of the regulatory requirements as per um, use of software would be to get the licensed one. So there are other requirements and policies that have to be met. So that process is what we call auditing, system auditing. Now, these are the types and the stages. We have the security auditing, compliance auditing, risk assessment, operational auditing, change management auditing, network auditing, and application auditing. It's kind of a very straightforward one. First one looks at checkmating your security processes. What are in place to ensure that your systems are secured in case of any data breach or any data loss? What are the processes you have put in place to ensure that data can be recovered? The compliance aspect talks about meeting up regulatory requirements. Hope you're not using the wrong software or a pirated software. Are you do you have a data privacy policy? Do you have data use policy and all that? Risk assessment looks into you accessing the risk of your system. Now, no system is 100% foolproof. That is just the primary or the basic truth. There is always room for risk, but one of the things the audit seeks to look at for is what are the measures or the things that you have put in place to mitigate this risk. So that is also one aspect of it. Operational auditing, the running, the functions of the computer system or the system you're setting up. How is the operations like? Do you have it documented? Do you have the things in place that will ensure that irrespective of unforeseen or unexpected circumstances, your operations would not be stalled, and even if at all there is um, a breakdown, what are the things that you've put in place to ensure you're back up running? What's the time lag within which you fix all those things? Change management auditing. I think this has to also do with personnel. Um, what are the measures in place in case your IT guy or your tech guy or your computer security guy leaves? What are the things in place to ensure that okay, continuity is not hampered? What are the measures you've put in place to ensure if or when there is a change in management, it does not affect the operations of the system? Network auditing looks into the kind of network you set up, how effective are they, and I hope, or if there are any bridges or any damages, do you have alternatives or backup? Application auditing looks into the applications you use in running the system. Let's move on to the next one. Method of preventing hazards, fire, floating, and sabotage. Security measures in the computer room 6 extends to fire suppressions, preventing unauthorized access that may compromise the effectiveness of this system and ensuring protection against fire hazards, amongst others. The point here is, as much as we look into the cyber threats, like I said earlier, there are also physical threats. Physical threats. One of the things you would want to um, put in place as part of the audit proceedings or the requirements is that you have a fire extinguisher within the computer room in case of any eventuality or any fire outbreak. It's a means to quell or mitigate that event. So there should be measures to prevent hazardous incidents like fire outage, flooding, or a sabotage. Let's say the breaking in of the room, to ensure safety, security, and continuity of operations in the environment. I think the whole point here is we cannot completely overrule the possibility of unexpected things happening, but then there should be measures in place to ensure when they do or if they do, the system keeps running, the system is still secured, the system is still operational. Okay, we have some methods here to prevent fire. Number one says you have to educate the personnel on fire safety measures, evacuation procedures, and the proper use of firefighting equipment. Regularly assess and identify potential fire hazards in the environment. I think this is why we need to look into when we were speaking about installing of the computer. We spoke about pre-site assessment. We check the switches as well. Check the switches. Ensure that the switches are fully functional. There's no short circuiting. There is no wrong connection. Remember, computers are electronic devices, so they're subject to sparks that could lead to fire on their own. You don't need a fuel or a gas to ignite fire in a computer room. A wrong connection, plugged wrongly, or inserted in the wrong switch could lead to a fire outbreak. So there should be regular accesses to identify potential fire hazards and also implement measures to control these risks. Number three is install and maintain smoke detector, heat sensors, fire alarms to provide early detection of fire incidents. Now, if we check or if we notice um, some advanced countries, and it's also some organizations, there are fire alarms, there are fire sensors, there are smoke detectors. Before there will be if a fire outbreak, of course, smoke has gone up first. So having a smoke detector or a heat sensor would allow for early detection and quick action. The fourth one speaks about implementing fire suppression systems like sprinklers on the fire extinguisher. I think this thing works hand in hand with the smoke or heat detector. So as soon as there is a spark, there is a counter action from the sprinklers or the fire extinguishers to mitigate or counter the fire outbreak. Number five says store flammable materials properly. This cannot be overemphasized as well. It's not wise to put flammable materials close to your computer system, especially when you're working with a desktop. Do not put um, flammable materials that can easily burn, or do not even take your system close to flammable materials like your gas or a stove or something like that. Last one here says follow electrical safety practices. Remember I said, like we all know, computers are electronic devices, so they are prone to sparks and burns. Fire outbreaks easily can easily take place. So always follow um, safety electrical practices. Make sure you plug your system when you're using it and unplug when you're done. Do not leave a system plugged on the switch when you're done or when you're leaving the house. And don't even leave the switch on as well. Flooding prevention. Okay, if you stay in a flood prone area, I think this would also come into play. First of all, before you set up a computer system or a computer room, assess the risk of flooding in the area and take preventive measures based on the assessment. Do not set up a system or a computer system or a system room in an area that is prone to flood. I believe for some of us in Lagos here, there are times of the year where in some areas in Lagos where um, it gets flooded as the rains come down, and it even gets to a point where the flood gets into the houses, into your rooms. Um, Amongst, well, I believe everything in the house is valuable, but then there are priorities to their valuability. Allow me to use that term. So, one of the things you would you can prevent from getting or from being carried away by flood or being affected by the flood would be your computer. Then ensure proper drainage systems are in place to prevent water accumulation. Install barriers or leaves to redirect or contain floods away from critical area. If you have control over your environment and how the drainage work, you can set up a system that allows flowing of water out from the structure or within your environment. Use waterproofing materials for basement and walls and foundations to prevent water penetration. Also implement early warning system to provide an advance notice of potential flooding events. Sabotage prevention, implement risk access control, install surveillance camera, screen and vet personnel thoroughly, train employees in security awareness, secure the perimeters of the facility, and implement a robust cybersecurity measure. These are measures in place to prevent sabotage, breaking in or theft of your computer system. Okay, this is the end of 6.0. Is there any question so far before we move over to the next uh, session or the next slide? Any questions so far? Do we have any questions so far? Okay. Amenu says none from here. Okay. I guess I'll just proceed then to the next one. I hope you can all still see my screen. Okay. The next one talks about the concept of computer networks. The concept of computer networks. Um, Now, when you talk about network, when you talk about network, one word for computer network is communication. Communication. Here it says the network is a collection of interconnected computers, devices, or systems that are capable of sharing data, resources, and information. So, what you call the network um, are interconnected devices that share data that and also exchange share data and resources. So the keyword here is sharing. Um, so network facilitates exchange of data between or an information between people and the computer. So for example, computer and computers can communicate. It's still part of the networking process. And people can communicate through the device. Still part of the networking process. Okay, All right, I'm back. So, the network is a fundamental concept that plays a crucial role in facilitating communication and sharing of resource. Instead of operating in isolation, computers can be connected to form a network, enabling them to interact with one another. So I think the keyword here is data sharing, or what I said earlier, communication. Communication. It's facilitating exchange of data and information between people and communication. Networking is what makes it possible for computers to interact, computers devices to communicate, interact. So the network can be wired or wireless, regardless of whether they are both wired or wireless. They need a physical infrastructure to power networking. Just like I said earlier about the storage devices or storing data on the cloud, whether you're storing data physically, storing data on the cloud, or you're storing data on another device, there is a physical structure. The same way networks that are either wired or wireless still need a physical structure to power or to sponsor the data transmission. For wired networks, we use physical cables such as the Ethernet cable that are connected to devices, while for wireless, we use radio waves or infrared waves. Or I think, yeah, for the radio waves, that uses Wi-Fi. The devices on the network are called nodes, and a node can be a computer device, servers, routers, switches, and any other device. Now, in simple terms, nodes are anything that can receive, create, send, store data as along a medium. Nodes are anything that can receive. So the devices that does the networking are what we call nodes. The servers, the routers, the switches, the laptop, the phone, the printers, they are called nodes. If you're looking at it from the aspect of human to human networking, nodes are the people. Nodes are people that does the connection. Then the medium through which um, um, this communication is being done is called shared medium, which we'll be looking at later. A shared medium can be LAN, WAN, or the internet itself. So network topologies refer to the arrangement of nodes and the physical or logical connections between them. The arrangement. So when you talk about network arrangement, it's in other words, it means network topology, how they are being arranged, how they are being arranged. And I think fundamentally we have three types of network topology. We have star, we have ring, and we have the bus topology. Star topology, ring topology, and a bus topology. For the star topology now, I think I'll just use the image to define or describe it here. We have a central um, switch or a hub, like we had in past years. We had a central switch or a hub, and we have different set of computers connected to it, different set of computers connected to a central hub. So the sharing of the information or the data is done from the hub to the individual computer systems. So when you have four, five, six different computer systems connected to a particular server, a central server or a central switch, that's arrangement is called the star topology. Now, if you notice, the devices interact or communicate with the central hub directly, not with themselves. So if computer A wants to interact with computer C, computer A has to send the data through the hub before it gets to computer C. The computers do not interact with themselves directly, but through the central hub. There is no direct communication. An advantage of this is that it's easy to install and manage. fault detection and troubleshooting are simplified as issues in one device does not affect the other. Now, this is the same thing I was speaking about earlier, that since they do not interact with each other, they do not affect each other. If data transmission would still go on smoothly if one of the devices is damaged, it doesn't affect the other five or the other six. But where there is an issue is where the central server is damaged. An advantage here again here is it is scalable. To be scalable means it can be expanded. You can add new devices on the central switch. You can add up to 10 as much as it can take. You can continue to add. You can use it on a large scale. Then we have the ring topology. The ring topology, here each device is connected exactly to two other devices, um, flanking it left and right. So if we have four computers like we have here on the diagram, computer A interacts with computer D and B. Computer B interacts with computer A and C. Now the data circulates around the ring in one direction, passing through each device once until it reaches its destination. The computers are connected in series, and each device serves as a receiver and a transmitter. So there is no central hub here, there is no server here, there is no switch here. Information flows directly from one computer to the one before or after it in terms of the arrangement. So there is no central server here. Let's look at the advantages. It is simple and easy to install. Equal access to the network as each device has the same transmission rights, well suited for small, medium networks. And this will work for small network because um, one of the particular disadvantage here is a damage or a problem or a disconnection from one inadvertently affects the two computers flanking it. So if D is down, if computer D's power or computer D's network is down, and the data flows from A through D to C, computer C would not receive any data or would not be able to communicate with computer A because the system um, between it or the system serving as a transmitter or a receiver for it is down. So that is one of the disadvantages. So this cannot be used on a large scale, rather on a small for a small set of network. Now the last one we have here is what we call the bus topology, where all devices share a single communication line called the bus. One line, one network or one cable connects all systems together. Each device is connected to the bus and can communicate directly with other devices on the network. Data travels along the bus, and each device checks the data to determine whether it is intended for it. Okay, I think this is where I'm going to explain what um the boss does, boss topology and how it works. Now the disadvantage here for a start is when this deal came up, data is transmitted through the cable, but each system receives the data without any identification for which one it was intended for. To mitigate this problem, what was developed was called the media control address, or what we can call the MAC address. So every system has a particular address, and the data transmitted has a particular MAC address that um, compares the address on the data to the system that it was intended for. What that means is when I send a particular data through the communication line, it carries an address that goes specifically to the MAC address of the system it was intended for. So that was why the MAC address was designed to specify information for a specific system. The advantages is it's simple and cost effective to implement, well suited for small networks with limited data traffic, and easy to extend by adding new devices. So this is also scalable. Could add more devices on this one. But then the disadvantage is the performance can be affected as more devices are added. Now, point two on the advantage hints on the point one from the disadvantage end. Of course, it is scalable, but then it has a limited data
Yeah.
traffic because
Vincent, you have a hand. I think Uzaifa has a question to ask.
okay. Let me thank you for bringing it up to my notice. All right. He can he unmute himself? Okay. I can't hear you clearly. Oh, my battery is very low.
Sir? Hello, sir.
Hello, yeah, I can hear you now.
Now, you have not been seeing the slides you were explaining.
Eh?
We have not been seeing the slides you were explaining. Both
I've not.
topology, ring topology, and star topology. We
Okay.
cannot see
Oh,
the
I thought
slides.
it was. Okay, let me share again. I thought I was sharing it. I'm sorry, I thought I was sharing. Can you see it now?
Yes, you did not show us the both topology, ring topology, and the star topology. We did
Okay,
not
okay,
see
let
the
me take
slides.
it back. I thought you. Let me take it back. Okay, I'm starting from the star topology. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the diagram there hints on a central switch that connects every system together. And like I said earlier, the system does not communicate with each other directly, but they do that through the central switch. An advantage from this is you can it's easy to set up, and it's also scalable. You can actually add more systems to it. But a disadvantage is a problem on the central switch affects every system on the network. So if I take out the central switch, every system cannot communicate again. So here it talks on the advantage for the bus topology. Sorry, the ring. It's more like an inverse of the star topology. Here, the systems are connected directly to one another, flanking each other left to right. There is no central switch that serves as a medium. Each system serves as a medium of transmitting and receiving data. So let's say the data or the information is flowing in a clockwise manner. Computer B serves as receiver for computer A and transmitter for computer C. Computer D serves as receiver for computer A and transmitter for computer C. So the disadvantage here is, although the advantage here is it is simple um, to set up, and there is no server. The computers can interact with one another directly without any central switch serving as a medium. Um, and also, sorry, it's well suited for small networks or medium size. So if you don't intend to use it on a large scale, this network arrangement would be best suited. But one disadvantage here is unlike having a server that's works as a connector and um, preventing each system or each node from directly communicating with one another. Here, each system or each node connects directly. So when there is a breakage or when there is a problem with one network, it affects the two networks that are flanking it, or it affects the whole system itself, since they are all connected to each other. We have the bus topology that uses a single communication line. A single communication line, a cable is just like where you have one bus taking you through from one part of the city to another. Now you have different junctions. You have different junctions, different stop points. What this bus does, it data is being transmitted from one end to another. But then, initially, the problem with this was that um, let me use the transportation bus as a case study or an example. Now, initially, there was no bus stop. So hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay. So when user boards a bus, or when data is being initiated and transmitted, because there was no bus stop, it did not know which of the computers it was intended for. Data is being sent. Now, every system can access the data under the bus topology, but there was no indicator of which system the data was intended or was designed for. So the media control address was designed, what we call the MAC address. What the MAC address does, it assigns data to the specific device that is intended for. So every system these days come with a MAC address. The purpose of the MAC address is for situations like this, where data whereby systems that are connected in a bus topology network can be identified specifically and assign the data to them without another system getting the information. Okay, we're looking at the advantages of bus topology and the disadvantages. Like I said earlier, simple, it's well suited for small networks with limited um, data traffic, and it's easy to add or extend new devices. But adding and extending new devices, when it becomes too much, leads to the first disadvantage. It will affect the performance. You cannot use it on a large scale network system, maybe 50 or 20 or 100 nodes at the same time. And if the bus fails, if the main bus fails, the entire network will be affected. What that means is, if the transmission cable or the means through which the transmission is being done is affected, the whole network is equally affected. No system will be able to receive information, since they are all connected to one particular um, bus or one particular network in cable. Okay, network topology conclusions. These topologies represent different approaches to organizing the physical and logical connections in the network. The choice of topology depends on factors such as the size of the network, the type of connection required, and the consideration for fault tolerance and stability. Okay, sorry, scalability. The point in this section is, every arrangement has its advantages, has its strengths, and has its weakness. My battery is a bit low. I think I need to please give me a minute to switch on to another system. Hello, Messi.
Hello, Vincent.
Yeah, my battery is very low now. I need to switch to another system.
Okay, please go ahead.
So just give me some minutes, please.
Okay, please, guys, excuse him for a while.
Okay. 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 Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I couldn't hear anyone else. Okay. I will continue my sharing and continue from where I stopped. Okay. I think I would see. Uh, okay. 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 You can confirm if you can see my screen, please.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you very much. Was still on network topology conclusion, and I was saying the essence of all this is to understand the basic fundamentals about network arrangements and using the factor of fault tolerance and scalability to pick which arrangement best suits your needs. Come on, let me close my window. So, picking which arrangement best suits your need. Like I said at one point in the class, there is no system that is 100% foolproof. Um, Marketing people will tell you 100%, 100% guaranteed this and that. I think only the toll we are able to sincerely tell you 99% um, that their product kills 99% jams. Any 100%, I think, from my experience, is not sustainable because there are always factors that would come up beyond the control of the developer or the designer. So the conclusion here is understanding now. These are just basic fundamentals or the basics. When you go into much details on networking, then you'll be able to understand deeper insights on how they work. But for now, those are the three fundamentals on network topology: the star, the bus, and the ring. And they have their advantages, they have their disadvantage, but then whichever one suits your need, you can deploy. Next slide talks about now these are mediums of data sharing. Like I said, if I was to relate networking to human networking, the nodes would be the people. Nodes are the components that share, store, delete, or create what is being transmitted. But the medium through which they are being communicated or shared is what we call the sharing medium, which are the LAN, the MAN, and the WAN. The LAN means the local area network, the MAN means the metropolitan area network, and the WAN means the wide area network. Now, in their progression, it goes from small to largest. From small to largest, like you see there, the LAN means the local area network, and it's limited to a specific geographical area. So a LAN can range from just two devices being connected to each other to the whole device within a building. Within a building, maybe it may be a campus hall or an office building, but the range is that locality. It does not exceed a specific range. So the means of connections would be through Ethernet or through a Wi-Fi. That's the wireless means. The Ethernet are cables that are used to connect your system. If you check the side of your laptop or your desktop, there's a port called the Ethernet port. Then you also have the Wi-Fi means, that's wireless. So the diagram you see at the right side depicts a LAN connection where three computers are connected to a router, and you can connect the router to the internet. But the main point here is the connection of in three computers. It could be three, four, five, but what defines LAN is the geographical range, the small range, the small area within which it functions. When it exceeds that range, we speak on LAN. Now, on MAN, I mean, the characteristics of LAN is that it is typically used for connecting devices within a confined area, just as I mentioned earlier. High data transfer rates and low latency. Because of the small range, data can be transferred at a very high rate, and the risk of losing data is also very small. It's commonly used in homes, offices, schools, and businesses. So this most offices, most hospitals, even your home network uses LAN or deploys LAN as a means of network transmission. Okay, now when it goes beyond a particular building or a confined region, we call it MAN, the Metropolitan Area Network. This one covers a larger geographical area compared to LAN, but it's still smaller to one actually. But let's just focus on the MAN first. So, what a MAN is multiple LANs. Let me use this at that. When you look at the diagram at the right hand side, you see different buildings connected to a particular network. Now, each building on its own, if they have a particular network operating there, we call that LAN. Let's say a building up that says government building. This building has a set of computers within. The receptionist needs to send the document to the MD, or if it's a hospital, for example, the nurse needs to send a report to the lab scientist. She needs to send a report to the doctor. Doctor needs to send a report back to the technician, and all that. That is a LAN within the building. Now, when you have a duplicate of that across several buildings, now connected to a particular network again, we call that MAN, Metropolitan Area Network. So it's larger than LAN, or in a nutshell, you just call it multiple LANs working as one. That's MAN, Metropolitan Area Network. The characteristics are you can connect multiple LANs, okay, within a metropolitan area, provides high speed over a larger distance than a LAN. Obviously, you can't use a LAN in this format because of the the range. It's often used by organizations with multiple branches within a city. Man uses technology like fiber optics or wireless connection. Because of the range, it may not be comfortable or convenient to use a wired format. So most MAN uses wireless connection. It's the wireless connection. The infrared rays have a higher reach in terms of range compared to wires. So it's easy for me to connect to somebody. I'm here in Lagos. I can connect with somebody at another end. Let's say the island and the mainland. Now we may not have wires that can easily go across both regions, but the rays can do the connection for me at a seamless rate. So companies that have multiple branches across a city, or government um, a setup that wants to communicate with each other within the same area, the same region, the same maybe state, deploys the MAN network. Then the last one here, which is the all is called the WAN, wide area network. This is also the basis from which the internet was designed. This is the basis from which the internet was designed. The wide area network covers a broad geographical area spanning across cities, countries, and even continents. It allows interconnection of lands and mans over long distances. So what we have here is multiple lands functioning in multiple mans, giving you one. Multiple local area network functioning in multiple metropolitan area network functioning as a wide area network. Now, the internet was or is known as the network of networks. So that's what we just defined here. The network of networks. So you have many lands operating as many mans functioning as a wide area network, the network of networks. So an example is the internet and private networks that connects branches of multinational companies. So I can connect to Aminu in Kano that far because of the wide area network. Many questions so far. Okay, the characteristics. I think I went. No, this should be one, not man. It should be one. Okay, okay. Um, you can skip this. I think there was a mistake on the slides. This should be one, not man. Um, the one can connect multiple lands and mans within the metropolitan area. So what that means is I can connect several local area network as several metropolitan area network in one wide area network. Like I said, it's a network of networks. You connect several networks into several networks to form one global or one wide network. I think that's also where the term the World Wide Web came into play, using websites. So I can connect different areas of um, the world from one particular network. It provides high speed connectivity over a larger distance than the man often used by organizations with multiple branches across the world, across the countries, across nations far and wide. I think the internet clearly or best defines this. The internet is the best definition for one. You can connect to different part of the world. You can be in the North Atlantic or the North Pacific or the Antarctic region and connect with people in Australia, the Middle East, because there is a network that connects different networks, small network built into bigger ones and built into one global one. The choice of network depends on the size and the requirement of the organization or the user. So you could use a LAN for local connectivity within a building. You could use a MAN for citywide connectivity, and you could use WAN for global connectivity. I think the key word here is it depends on the size. The size. I wouldn't expect a a small house that wants to connect or have a network in connection to deploy man for it because they'll that would almost be equal to wastage of resources. The land is best suited for local connectivity within a building. As big as an office building or a skyscraper, the land will function effectively there. Then when you have multiple buildings connecting with each other, then you use your man. And when you want to go on a global scale, the one is effective or is deployed. Or in other words, just call your one the internet, which is the network of networks. Okay, benefits of network in an organization. We have the resource sharing. Like I said, networking in one word means communication. communication, so people to people through computers or computers to computers. I'm speaking to you right now through a network, through a network, through a network. I guess this is a one, and I can share what I'm speaking right now to your hearing through a network. So resource sharing, if you're speaking in the context of an organization, files can be shared. Multiple system can have access to one network printer. So I don't have to each 10 computers doesn't have to have 10 printers or scanners. They can all connect to one um, printer, hereby saving resource, internet connections, reducing redundancy, and optimizing resource usage. So, the first point or the first benefit is that resources can be shared. It also improves communications. Network facilitates real-time communication through emails, messaging, collaborative tools, supporting quick decision making. Another key factor in networking is that communications are improved. I don't have to walk up the stair, maybe 10, 20-meter high staircase or whatever to speak to the person at the last floor. A simple email does it for me, and it does it in quick time. Centralized data management. Now, if you're using a star topology whereby you have one central system, I don't need to ask Mr. A or Mr. B or Mr. C for certain data. I simply access the central switch, and data that are being stored there can be accessed by any user. So centralized data management, it's easy for users to access data that are stored by the management on the servers, and also for it simplifies backup. If there is a central server that connects every user, as much as my the data are still on the server, it becomes easy for me to recover even when I have a data loss or a damage to my own system. Cost efficiency, I think this is also one of the advantage of the star topology as well. Networking lead to cost saving by avoiding duplicate resources and streamlining the software updates. So since the star topology uses the factor of one central system connecting and controlling several systems, I don't have to get multiple resources for each of those systems. One can serve for all. One can serve for all. One can serve for all. And also, when I make an update on one, it reflects on all. Remote access, this talks about the wide area network as well, whereby network enables remote access to organizational resources, promoting flexibility, work environments, and business continuity. Now, many of us know what we call remote jobs these days. You don't have to be at the office building to carry out your tasks. You could simply connect to the network, work from home or anywhere, and upload your reports on the server or to whom it is needed when required. So remote access to resources, and also, or in other words, remote functionalities. Scalability. Networks are scalable. You can add, you can expand beyond um, the initial nodes. That's one of the advantages of network, which is being depicted by the internet. Every day, there is no limit to the number of systems that can access the internet. You buy a new phone today, welcome to the internet. You buy a new system today, a new laptop today, welcome to the internet. You can access it so long as you have your network running. Enhanced security. Okay, network allows for implementation of security measures such as firewalls and encryption, access controls, and protective of sensitive data. Okay, centralized administration. The network supports centralized. This is still under the star topology, where there's a central control for. I think the star topology works more for organizations and official, I think businesses per se, that wants control over their nodes or the systems that work under them. Okay, this takes us to the end of 7.0. So far, are there any questions before I continue? Any questions before I continue? Can we hear me? Are there any questions before I?
Yes, Vincent, thank you so much. I can
All
hear
right.
you.
Okay. So, any questions from the students before I proceed? Don't know. Okay, let me just proceed as I believe probably at the end of the class, if there be any question, I would get it. Okay, 7.0. Please, if you can still see my screen, confirm. The use of the internet. The use
Yes, we
of the
can see your screen.
okay. The use of the internet. The use of the internet. I defined the internet earlier as a network of networks. A network of networks. That's networks connecting with each other to form a large global network. So let's see what we have for the slides. The internet is a global network of interconnected computers network that use standardized communication protocols to link devices worldwide. Standardized communication protocols. Okay, we could have the HTTP protocols or the IP protocols. It is a vast and decentralized system that allows for the exchange of information, communication, and sharing of resources on a global scale. Internet allows users to access a variety of services, including websites, email, social media, online collaboration, and more. It is built upon the transmission control protocol or the internet protocol suite. Okay, let me just explain this. What it means is the internet, like I said earlier, is a global connection of networks, or like we have here, interconnected networks, computer networks that allow users to share data on a global scale, to share, to communicate, and I think these days we do a lot of things on the internet on a global scale. Okay, it is built on upon what we call the TCP/IP, transmission control protocol, or the internet protocol. This is why upon every website, the URL is attached to HTTPS or the HTTP. The F is for security. So hypertext transfer protocol. That's what allows transmission of data between devices on the internet. Okay, websites. What are websites? How do I put it? It's a simple thing. I want to explain it in a simple thing. It's a it's a platform, or what I call web page, a platform that allows you access the internet. The internet itself is a network, but what we access majorly are websites. Websites are platforms that um, allows us find or give expressions on the internet. The internet itself is just a network. You don't see the internet. What you see are websites. Websites are what contains features that you interact with. Google is not the internet. Google is a website. Facebook is a website or a social media platform, but it works as a website. Um, Wikipedia, name it as much as you can. They are all websites. So what websites are is they are platforms or web pages, okay, web pages that give expressions on the internet that allows for expressions. For example, now I want to sell a car on the internet. What I can do is set up a website or a car website or a landing page or a blog that allows me put my activity or my business on the website, on the internet. So websites are majorly what we interact with. Everything that is done on the internet is done through the platform of websites. That is why after the HTTP um, code, which indicates transmission of data is being done, you have the www, which means the World Wide Web page. Give me a minute. Yes. So now your website can contain what we call static content, dynamic content, multimedia, I think, and well, basically if you're building a website, it comes in two demands. You're either building a static website or dynamic stroke interactive website. The static one doesn't interact with the user, it's just for getting the information. So you go to a website, there is no platform that allows you to input you don't log in, you don't register, you don't comment. You simply go and view what is there, view the information and make do of it. Then when you have a dynamic or interactive one, it means the pages are constantly updating. For example, on your Facebook website, if you refresh the page, or let's say, okay, you refresh the page, the feeds that are showing on your timeline would be different from the next minute. If you close your Facebook application and in a split, let's say in less than a second or two, you open it back, you will not make the same content on the interface again. That's what we call dynamism or dynamic content. They are constantly changing on real time. Then interactive is one that allows you to interact or relate with the system. So you go to a website, you can log in, you can make payments on the page, you can comment, you can make you could like and share and put reactions. Those are interactive features on the website. So the website contains a lot of information that allows us find expressions on the internet. I believe I've been able to explain a little. Popular websites are Google, Wikipedia, social media platforms like Facebook. Even I think TikTok has a website function, Instagram and the like. So every activity on the internet is done on the strength or the platform of a website. You don't see the internet, you can't touch the internet, you can't um interact directly with the internet, but you do that through websites. Next slide says the web page. Okay, I think I've explained the web page. The web pages are like, okay, we used a sample of a room or a building. A building. Let's say um, your you have a building called a website or a web page. Okay, they are both the same thing interchangeably. Or when you're developing a script called a web page, when you've finished developing them and you have them in sections, it's called a web. Then each section is called a web page, but the full system or the full structure is called a website. So pages are what makes up a website, and like we said here, they are like rooms in a building. So the first and the most important page on a website is called a home page, because that's where the browser connects every other page through. That's where the browser connects every other page from or through. So it's also the first page you see or you interact with, ideally on on a website. It's like the door that opens you up to which you can navigate to every other page within the building. So that's what the web page is. Then we have search engines. Search engines are guides that help you navigate through the internet. Search engines are also websites, but their functions are not their functions are what gives them their unique name, search engine. For example, your Google, of course, when you want to when you check your URL, you see the www.google.com slash whatever. Now, the Google is a search engine. it's also a website. It's a website to allow you interact with it. Then your interaction is the functions there. Of course, you don't go to Google to upload pictures, but you can search for pictures. You don't go to Google. There is no Google Music, but you can search for a music website through Google. So search engines allows you to navigate the internet. Search engine allows you to navigate through the World Wide Web for whatever it is you're looking for, relevant information that you need. A search engine can make that available to you. So an example or examples are your Google, Bing, Yahoo, and the rest. I think the most common and the most prominent one is Google. Bing and Yahoo kind of went up obsolete with the Internet Explorer that became Edge, but they are still existing, but not really used like before. Another, well, I won't really call it a search engine now, but it's an AI powered search engine, which is a chat GPT. That is the one contending or rivaling Google right now. But as at now, Google still remains the most used search engine on the internet. I think you can even search for ChatGPT on Google. Okay, email services. Email services, like the word e, electronic mailing. Um, if you're used to traditional mail system, it's a similar one to this, just that this uses the internet. So you don't have to write a letter with your hand, but you can send messages, you can send files, you can send documents through email services or email providers. Your Google Mail or Gmail is an email provider. Like you see on the screen, you have the Proton Mail, Zoho, Yahoo Mail, and different types of mailing providers. So what email services do are they allow you have a mailbox, just like traditional mail services used to operate on. You have a specific mailbox that is personalized to you. Talking about security as well, your email has to be secured. I think it's because it's one of the means through which people can get sensitive information from you. So email services allows you send and receive electronic mails, messages, documents, and files through the platform. You can send your pictures, you can send documents. I think this is what most companies uses. They use a customized mail that is um, deduced from the domain of their websites. Process involved in browsing the internet. I think the process involved is what we call surfing the internet, and you have to start from the website itself because I said earlier the platform through which you can access the internet is through the website. The internet is in itself is just a network of networks. That is the essence. That is the basic definition of the internet. So Facebook is not the internet. TikTok is not the internet. Google is not the internet. Even the websites are not the internet. The internet is a network of networks, but to navigate it, you need websites, and websites allows you search through. It grants you access to information. There are different types of websites. There are e-commerce websites whereby you carry out e-transactions. You buy and sell, just like you have your Jumia. I know we have the app, but there's also the websites. I think it started from the website first. So you have educational websites where you can go to learn, like the Udemy. I think we have SNBP, PCB, and the likes. Um, you have search engine websites like we discussed earlier: Google, Bing, Yahoo, AI powered search engine websites like the Chat GPT and the likes. So the process of navigating or browsing the internet is called surfing. Here it says browsing and searching the internet involves distinct processes that allows users to navigate websites, access information, and find content. Um, it's a straightforward approach. You solve the internet. I think the first thing I would recommend is for new users to make use of the search engine. There you can actually get detailed information on how to navigate the internet. Okay, steps involved in browsing the internet. The first step here says open a web browser. So you launch your browser, it will be your Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, or Edge, depending on whichever one you work. I think the most popularly used is Google Chrome. Then you enter your web address called the URL. Now the URL means the Uniform Resource Locator. It is specific. There are unique domain names allocated to specific websites. No two websites has the same URL. You cannot have facebook.com and facebook.com on the internet. It has to be one. Then the domain name can be different. We've had mtnonline.net, mtnnigeria.com, mtn whatever. Now those are unique URL, but they are not the same. They are not the same. You cannot have two web address on the internet. They have to be distinct or different. Now, when you have your web address or your URL entered, when you've typed it, you, you click on the enter button, you navigate through the website. If your network is active, it opens up the web page through which you go through the process of um, reading what is on the website or um, scanning through the information needed or available and matching it with your needs. And this is a very direct one. It's dependent on the users. Follow hyperlinks. Hyperlinks are clickable text and images that are on the system. Links are doorways. Links are doorways through which you can move from one part of the website to another part, or one part of the internet to another part. Then bookmarking is the process of saving a URL. If you have sorry, I think I'm having noise from the other people. Okay, can we hear me? Okay, I think there's a question on the chat box. The TCBT websites and the LMS. Okay, well, I haven't gone through the website fully, but the LMS is interactive. If you can, if you can input your details, authenticate it, and get response back, then that's an interactive website. A dynamic one is the one that changes in real time. Changes in most interactive websites are also dynamic, but it depends on the setup. A very classic example are your social media platforms, and I think the Facebook uses that function majorly. Facebook and Instagram, you barely have the same feeds on your timeline after every refresh. If you close the page and come back again in a few seconds, you would not meet um, the same feeds there. Okay, I said hyperlinks are like doorways through which you can navigate or you can move from one part of the website to another part or to another website entirely. So you could click on an image or click on a text and it takes you to another part of the website, or take you to another part of another website entirely different from where you are. So hyperlinks serve as doorways through which you move from one part of the website to another. I said bookmarking involves saving the websites for quick access in the future. Now, if you've gone through a particular web system to a point where you want to just come back to that particular page when you open your browser again, you can bookmark that page, and as soon as you open your web browser again, or you click on that on the saved bookmark, it opens you to that point where you were before you closed or you stopped browsing. Then the multiple tab browsing, I think this is also called multitasking. And I think every web browser allows for that function. You can open as much as 20 tabs, more than, and navigate through the site. It can be cumbersome sometimes, but then depending on the process you're working on or the work you're doing, um, you can you can open multiple tabs simultaneously and switch between them without losing your content. Steps involved in searching the internet. Well, this is also a direct one. I'll read through. You open the search engine, your Google, Bingo. I think the most popular one is Google, so I'll just stick to that example. And for one important notice, search engines are less detailed. If you're building a website and you have to build a search engine, the front page or the landing page is usually very simple. If you check Google now, they only have their logo and maybe a few designs just to um, make it look good at the eye. Then the search engine, the important thing on every search engine is the search box. So the search box. So when you open the search engine, the next thing is to search a query. Enter a search query. Search query means you have to prompt the search engine on what you're looking for. What you're looking for. You can type how to cook rice. Now, if you type that, if it's a new system, although now systems are interconnected, your once you log on to the internet, um, your IP address is registered. That's the IP of your computer or the MAC address is registered as well. And sometimes that can influence your search results. So if you're searching how to play ball or how to play football, for example, the tendency of the search results showing more of Nigerian footballers are higher than showing footballers from maybe Australia or Japan or China. That is because your MAC address is has been um, noted to be in this region of the world. So enter a search query simply means input the term, the phrase, the sentence that you are looking for. One of the, I think, strong points that ChatGPT brings is it gives you more detailed information. Unlike Google, you could simply type on ChatGPT how to write a letter of appreciation. Now, what Google will do is bring you websites or samples that contain letter of appreciation, but ChatGPT will give you a letter. It will type it out for you. That's because of the search query you imputed. Now, we're still on search engine. The third step stays review the search results. Um, by order of priority, the first two search results are assumed by the computer to be of most use or would be best used for you. If you search for anything on Google, it gives you a long list of items. On I think after the first page, the information somehow becomes irrelevant because um, based on the on the search query that you input. Your search result can come out more or less. When you're having like 200 search results on Google, it's important and it's wise you just pick or go through the first two or the first in three. Okay, wow. I think I've exceeded my time. Okay, let me just rush it up. I'm 45 minutes late. I'm sorry for that. Click on the search result, refine the search query, and explore. Now, these are very simple terms. It's very simple to utilize and navigate. Just um, I think we will be able to do that. Internet service protocol provider, internet service provider. These are companies or organizations that offer internet access to individuals. Um, they play a crucial role in connecting users to the internet. An example of this, like would be your MTN, Airtel. Your network providers can also serve here because they also give us access to the internet as well as the local network we use. Your network providers can also be your ISPs as well, your MTN, your Airtel, Blue, and the likes. Okay, they're here already. Um, then the concept of mail address. The email address is a unique identifier assigned to an individual. Okay, it still works the same way as websites. Actually, you cannot have the same mail address as another person with the same details. What that means is every mail address has to be unique. You can't have Vincent at gmail.com. If I open that on the internet on Gmail, seeing that it's on a global scale, no other person in the world can open Vincent at gmail.com again. The first person to open it has the advantage. System will suggest other unique IDs for subsequent users. So email address are unique identifiers that allows us facilitate electronic communication over the internet. Okay, the type of email address we have here, they use um, the format, like I was saying earlier this morning, email addresses have formats. Username, which could be your name or any name, at the domain name.com. So for example, Vincent at gmail.com. Vincent happens to be my username, which has to be unique, can't be used again if I have opened it already, or the first Vincent opens it already. And the domain name is the name of the service provider. And as we have here, Gmail is a popular one. You could also have customized email service provider depending on the domain name of your website. The process of acquiring an email, well, I think this is a very direct one. You log on to any email um, service provider and sign up for your email. It asks for your name. A password has to be unique, and some other fields that are relevant to it. Then the username always comes before the at symbol. That's what gives it a unique format. Username at domain name. Username at domain name. You sign up, you agree to the terms and conditions. Now this is for another day, but because of my time I have to speed up the whole thing. Hopefully one next time we'll be able to touch some of these things on another platform. Sending of email, you log in to your mailbox, you click on the compose email, you write your message, you attach file. If you need to send documents, pictures or videos, they are under the attach file features, so you can attach as much. I think there's a limit to which you can send, but then 5, 10, 20 MB, as much as I've seen as much as 200 MB being sent, or even up to 1 gig depending on the mail provider. Then you click on your send email. Receiving email is the same thing as it's an inverted format where no, not a full inverse. Once you log on to your mailbox, a new mail is there already. You can simply open it and also download the attachment. You can, if it's a PDF file, you can open on the browser, or you can download it directly and open through a PDF reader. Cybersecurity, the same thing we've discussed earlier about internet security, and they all circle around confidentiality, integrity, and availability of digital assets and systems, safeguarding them. Preventive measure against cyber attack, you use of Wi-Fi password. Always ensure that your Wi-Fi's password is not predictable and it's not a familiar term that can be easily hacked. Avoid sharing of personal information. Educate yourself on cyber threats and phishing or scams. Like I said earlier, don't click on unverified links that you don't know the source or the destination, and always use a two-factor authentication on every of your devices. If let there be a link within your phone and your laptop in terms of verification. So in case you lose your phone, your system can counter whatever means of access the thief or the who whoever stole it may be trying to use to access it. So that's the essence of having a two-factor authentication. Then always log out of of public systems. Public systems, I think even yours sometimes, but then if you know your system is accessible to people, always log out to prevent people from accessing your logged in account. This is the end of Com 101. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I've been able to. I was far behind time, but so I'm done with the class. Messi, are there any questions so far?
Okay, I don't know if anyone has a question to ask.
I'm sorry for taking your time. I think I took beyond. I took beyond
It's
the
okay.
allotted time.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, do we have any question? Okay. Okay, let me see what because we are really enlightened. Thank you, sir. Okay, so someone is appreciating you. We are
Thank you
really
very much.
enlightened. Thank you, sir. That's from
Thank you.
Aminu Zaifa.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Aminu.
Happy to be here.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Vincent, for such informative session with you. Thank you. Okay, so a quick announcement to everyone. Please, we will be having our Canva training on Tuesday by 11 a.m. And it is only exclusive to those who have paid the acceptance of 10,000 naira. All right, so please take that mark that in your calendar. And then second, your exams is happening very, very soon. So go back and study your question banks. Go back and study your question banks because your exams will be your exams question will be extracted from there. Okay. Any other announcement to be sent on the group? All right. So do have a very beautiful weekend. Bye for now.
And also in addition, in case you missed the tutorial on how to navigate the LMS platform, you can watch the recording of this class from Monday. You can watch it because we upload it on our YouTube channel. You can watch on Monday to guide you properly on how to navigate the LMS platform, so that when we come to class next weekend, you can join the class via your dashboard. So thank you very much and have a great weekend ahead and happy Easter.